All the action, all the biggest players, all in one place. Follow the action from the racetrack to the sales ring at Keeneland on closing day of the spring meet. Right place, right time, right here. Make your move at the April Selected Horses of Racing Age sale, Friday, April 25th at Keeneland. Learn more at april.keeneland.com. Welcome back to Keeneland. Today at Keeneland for the next 30 minutes. Scott and Gabby with you. 8-race card here today on a sunny, breezy spring afternoon.
Beautiful, beautiful weather to enjoy the next couple of days. It's a short week for us, too, with Easter Sunday.
That's right. 4-day race week. Big Saturday card. We expect a massive crowd on Saturday, so hopefully you've secured your tickets for this big Saturday prior to Easter. But before we get into today, as we do get into today, let's remind you that it's Wednesday, so it's Wednesday Challenge, and that opportunity lies at Wagering Central on the grandstand. It's presented by Malone's, and $10 to enter, $2 mythical win place wagers for the final 6 races, so go get involved in the Wednesday Challenge presented by Malone's.
It's a fun little easy competition. Play with your friends and, of course, see how well your picks do. Yeah, it's a fun little thing. Last time we were here was Sunday.
Yeah.
Big racing.
That's right.
Some good performances. Shall we look at them?
Yeah, let's go back to Sunday. Race number 3, Dublin's Night. I feel foolish not having been remotely close to having this horse, because this is a rising star for trainer Brendan Walsh based on the way that he performed in race number 3.
Yeah, he's a 3-year-old turf horse. I would imagine he's going to be involved in some of those grade 1s throughout the season. 13 Colonies, another really impressive winner here. We saw 2 nice turf runners on Sunday kind of blow out the field, really. I mean, they were super dominant in those races.
Easy Red in race number 7, Eddie Keneally. Luis Saez, a team, when you see them come together, you've always got to pay attention. Another Keeneland sales grad winning on Sunday. So Easy Red keeping this phenomenal meet rolling for Eddie and his team. And the Giants Causeway, the throwdown of the meet.
That was a horse race. My goodness. Pandora's Gift on the outside, the 7-horse, and Future is now down on the inside. I had no idea who won this race when I was watching it live, but Future is now so game on the inside to get the win for Mike Trombetta and Paco Lopez.
Jockey trainer standings coming into this new week of racing. Flavian's 2 in front of Irad, as well as Jose Ortiz and Luis Saez, as there is a 3-way tie for second, and then you drop down to 5 wins for Brian Hernandez Jr. to round out the top 3. Brad Cox maintaining a 2-win advantage over Brendan Walsh, and he's 3 in front of Wesley Ward and Eddie Keneally. There's Eddie with that 4 wins that we saw capped off with his 4th win on Sunday, and then Mark Cassie with 3 wins. So jockey trainer standings, it's Flavian, it's Brad coming into this 4-day race week. Let's check in with WKYT for our Wednesday weather.
Looks like it's going to be a fairly decent day out of Keeneland. You know, in recent times we've had some cool air, we've had some wet weather, we've had it all so far, just this season alone. But today, while we'll be below average, at least we crack back in to that 60-degree territory. I think you're going to end up right around that. Sunshine remains intact here for us all day, perhaps a little bit on the breezy side. That's what we're looking at. So, good luck out there.
Track conditions presented by John Deere, fast and firm on this Wednesday.
Yep, we've had some sunshine over the course of the past couple of days. Still sunshiny out today, so fast and firm conditions. And I thought a really competitive card, especially the second half of the card. It's a tough late pick 5.
It is a tough late pick 5. We'll talk about the feature in just a moment. Let's take a look at our full card selections. If you download the Keeneland Race Day app, you can stay up to date on all of our selections each and every race day here at Keeneland Racecourse. And there is going to be not a race in which we agree on the top end.
The race 4.
Oh, race 4, excuse me.
And 5.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay, a little bit.
So
you're colorblind.
Yeah.
So I'll defend you on that.
Thank
but
you.
race 4 and race 5, we agree. And outside of that, disagreement across the board.
All right, full card selections, 8-race card on that Keeneland Race Day app. It's not just myself and Gabby. There's a host of other opinions, including our friend and colleague Tom Leach. Social media at Keeneland Racing on X, Facebook at Keeneland, Instagram at Keeneland, FanDuel TV on X. Download the FanDuel TV Plus app. That's on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. If you want to catch our coverage over on FanDuel TV of racing from Keeneland and from around the globe each and every day. And also, as we've reminded you and will continue to, make sure you check out the FanDuel Racing YouTube page with so much being posted on there in recent days and coming days as we quickly approach that first Saturday in May and Kentucky Derby 151. Race number 7 is our feature. It is the 4-star. It's a big field of 12. The also eligibles are scratched out of here. 5.5 furlongs, the distance on the firm listed going. And Saturday Flirt installed at 7-2 on the morning line. One that Wesley Ward bred.
trains and owns, and it'll be the first time we see this Mendelssohn filly run since her run in the Group 2 Norfolk Stakes at Royal Ascot in June.
You know it's a good race, good betting race, when you have a 7-2 favorite on the morning line. Saturday Flirt, yeah, she was really impressive in her first race, and she came back in the Norfolk. She didn't really run well in that event. They've kind of hit the reset button with her, and now she comes back in the spring as a 3-year-old, but there are a lot of options here.
There are. I go to the filly that's drawn just to her inside. She's a 4-year-old filly making her second career start. Dela for Godolphin, a Godolphin homebred, Owen Hardy, 8-12-2 in the featured event. She is 8-1 on the morning line with Johnny Velasquez getting the opportunity to ride this filly. She was let loose on the debut back on the 7th of March at Turfway Park, and she ran him off their feet. She draws off, wins this one by 2.5 lengths on the synthetic course in a snappy time of 1:11.3. She'll move over to the turf course here today, half-sister to a turf winner from that family of the Medaglia d'Oro First Dam, Luck Now. So we'll see if Dela can put it together here today with Johnny Velasquez. First time on grass for Owen Hardy, 19% winners, and a horse that just broke the maiden last time out. Actually, a pretty high win rates considering how tough it is to jump up into winners for the first time for Owen Hardy, 18% winners. So 8-12 to the outside, Big Trouble. This is the half-sister to Troubleshooting, who we saw win earlier this meet, or last week, I guess we would say, for Greg Foley and Donnemeyer Farm. So that was one of the tells for him. Here's his sister, half-sister, daughter of Cantheros. I know she's won for a dozen, but she's run against Stakes Company in her 2 starts this year down at Fairgrounds. And then down to the inside, the number 2 horse, Tales of the Heart for Bill Mott, a runner that makes her U.S. debut, daughter of Maymoss, who comes out of nothing but group stakes over in England in her last few, makes her 3-year-old debut. So 8-12-2 in our feature for me.
Yeah, Tales of the Heart is an interesting horse. I really didn't know what to do with her. Some of the races that she was running in last season were good, and her previous trainer, Rafe Beckett, is really good with 2-year-olds. So we'll see how she can do and if she can kind of improve here at the age of 3. I went with a horse that I don't think it's very obvious, and you'll probably get a good price on her because she is 1 for 9. You have all of these new horses in here trying the turf for the first time, coming off layoffs, North American debut, and I do think she's going to get lost in the wagering. But I wanted to go back and show you her most recent turf sprint, and this happened over last summer at Saratoga. She completely gets shut off coming out of the starting gate. She's last here, and then it takes her a couple of strides to recover. She does do that. She's towards the back of the pack, and then this was an incredible effort. Her she's down on the inside. She's trying to bully her way through horses to get a little bit of running room. She's there in the pink blinkers, and somehow she angles way out to the outside and barely loses this race. She goes on to lose by a neck here, but loses to that 7 horse who kind of got the jump on her down on the inside. They've tried so many different things with her since then. They never went back to sprinting on the turf with her, and I truly think that that's what she wants to do. She's making her seasonal debut. She has that foundation underneath of her. So I thought she was one that you would still get a good price, and she's proven that she can do this, whereas some of these other horses, it's still an unknown. Like your top selection in Dela. The only thing I didn't like about that race was she never switched leads. She did it quickly, but she looks like she still has some learning to do. But she is quick. And then the 2, Tales of the Heart. But, I mean, I could use the 3 in there. I could use the 12 in there. I think that's a race you really have to have coverage.
Let's get more info on the feature. Here's Tom Leach.
Satin Blue hasn't been out since the 10th of November last year, but that 59 flat work here at Keeneland last month is an eye catcher for trainer Joe Shark.
I was actually on her that day, and she worked really well. She worked with another filly named Generous Lover. It was a touch quicker than I would have liked to have gone, but she did it within herself, so we slowed it down a little bit yesterday. And filly's coming out the layoff well. We just freshened her, and I'm excited to get her started for this year.
Think she'll be ready to fire her best shot off the bench?
Yeah, I do. I mean, we drew the 1 hole, but she doesn't, she kind of comes from off it anyway, so it should be fine. And obviously Frankie's a genius at navigating a good trip, so that helps me.
Elegant makes her first start since moving into the barn of trainer Rudolph Brisset. He got this filly from Bob Baffert out in California.
We got the filly a couple of weeks ago, and then she came from the training center, and she's a very forward filly, and and we really like her so far. She's been walking very good.
What about the 5.5 furlongs? A concern at all?
No, I mean, based on her PPs, Mr. Buffett run her twice on the dirt. The dirt didn't turn out to be the surface she likes. He switched her to the grass. She broke her maiden impressive, and she's been performing in California on the grass. So, off the layoff, I just the logical spot to come back. And then she's gonna stick to that. I don't know, but we gotta have option over the summer with Kentucky down. And maybe she will go a mile one day, but I think it's a good spot to come back.
Best of luck trying to sort out the handicapping challenge that is today's Allowance feature.
Let's get into our key races. I'll roll it back a race number 6, a first level Allowance dirt sprint. And it is a field of 8 with Augusta Melody, 3-1 morning line favorite for owner George Sharp, Brittany Russell, Irad in the saddle. Horse that's in solid form to get that kind of morning line at odds of 3-1, obviously, but a very good race here this afternoon, race number 6. Part of the late pick 4, late pick 5 sequence, and starts the late pick 3. Just a Freak is the direction that I go, the number 3 horse, back with Eddie Keneally after a start with Brendan Walsh most recently. And that race last time out, I think, was a hair tougher than what he is running against here today, running against horses like Harrodsburg and Attaché. He ended up finishing 12th that day, but he's had time off, 5 months off, to hopefully get back more into the form that we saw from him when he was with Eddie Keneally previously, most notably back at the end of September at Churchill Downs. And we take you back to this day where he rallies from off the pace. In races prior to that, he'd shown speed, so he's a versatile type. Maybe they'll go back to this approach here this afternoon with Flavian Pratt in the saddle, but he gets beat just the neck. He's the favorite in this race. In first level Allowance company, he gets 6 furlongs here today. Last time up, maybe it was just a little bit too far, going 6.5, but he had also fallen so far out of the race at an earlier stage to suggest that was ultimately the case for this son of Justify. So he's run some big races, and I'm expecting him to bounce back off this layoff that he comes into this race from. The number 6 horse, Augusta Melody, comes out of an Allowance, solid performance last time out, tried Stakes Company at Lone Stars, moved around quite a bit, was able to win down at Oaklawn, win with Steve Hobby back in March, so you got to respect him. He's an 8-year-old, only making his 22nd career start. And then Tivy, the number 2 horse for Jenna Antonucci, a son of Into Mischief, who has some decent form here. He is a horse that you've got to respect. Do I like him to win? Not necessarily, but as far as the top 3, he was able to finish 3rd behind Mulligan this time last year here at Keeneland, who was one of the top sprinters of 2024. So give me 3-6-2 in that nice Allowance race number 6.
I went in a different direction. I went to the 5 here for trainer Mike Stidham. Now, this is a big class test, and obviously it took him a really long time to get going. He debuted at the age of 4 back in the beginning of March at the fairgrounds, but he was well backed by the public. He seemed live that day. He won. He cleared the field from the rail. That goes to show you how quick he was. I think he's got some wickedly fast speed, especially considering the fact that he didn't break that sharply in his debut. I think he can clear the field and take them all the way. The 6 Augusta Melody is not slow. I anticipate him to sit just off of the speed that my top selection has. And then the 3 Just a Freak. I actually think this is the perfect distance for this horse. He's gone 5.5, 6.5, a little bit farther than that. I think the flat 6 furlongs is perfect for him, and I like his versatility. He can come off the pace. He can go to the lead. It doesn't really matter where he is. I would expect him to be sharp off the layoff, though.
I would absolutely expect that, and that's what I'm hoping for in that 6th race. You're going to take us to race number 8 for our key race, or your key race. $51,000 on the line in this $16,000 claiming event. Scratch out the 3, and there's a silver lining is the morning line favorite at 5-2.
Yeah, and I definitely think this is a horse to consider. There's a silver lining. She used to show a little bit more speed than what she's shown lately, but she drops in for the $16,000 tag. I like her, but I thought the 6 Sally Surprise was also a really interesting horse. Her last race, she was in way too tough. Her race 2 starts back, though, down at the fairgrounds, which we'll show you back at the beginning of the year, was really good. She rated from off a slow pace. It looked like the pace was going to hold, and then she just absolutely reels in these top 2 horses to go on to win this race by 3/4 of a length. Prior to that, she won for 15 as well. She found herself a little bit closer to the pace that day. She's a horse that, it took her a little bit of time to get back into the winner's circle, but I think they've kind of found the right level. And then last time out, they stepped her up to 2 other than Allowance race down at the fairgrounds during their strong meet. And I mean, that was just way too tough. She had to go against Harbor Springs. So the class relief here, I think, makes sense. And I honestly think she just sits the perfect trip. It seems like there's going to be a quick pace in here. The one, Princess is Olivia, thought the rail cost her 2 starts back. She's quick and likely will get pace pressure, and that's why I did not go in that direction for a win prospect.
I went to the favorite. I wasn't getting very creative. It's not a very creative take. She's in for 16 here today. She was in over her head last time out in an Allowance race at Oaklawn Park. And if you look at her races prior to that, in starter company, competitive, was able to win in the starter race at Churchill in June. And her races for a tag going back to last spring at Oaklawn, she won by 10, she won by 2 1/4. So there's a silver lining for me in that 8th and final event.
It's a tough way to cap off the pick 5, though, because there are tough races to even get to that point. And then you have all those class droppers in there, too.
And today we start with more 2-year-old action. Race number 1 on our card is a big group that'll be going 4.5 furlongs. There's a couple of scratches, so down to a field of 9. But Satisfied Mind is a Wesley Ward runner that's 9 to 5 on the morning line. Probably will go off in the 4 to 5 region, if not lower. I've heard a little bit of steam on Evolution for Carlos David coming in from South Florida, and so I would imagine that daughter of Brethren will take some attention as well. So we're going to take a look back at Satisfied Mind, the favorite for today's opener, and her workout. And she's in the red cap, or she's not in the red cap. Her rider's in the red cap, obviously. Just an easy 3 furlong. And obviously, with workouts like this, the stretch would not be what you'd be looking at, right? It's the early part of the work that would be the tell for this filly. But she's basically in an open gallop at this point in her workout, where she was clocked in 37-2.
There was a good workout video that we showed last week with Wesley's horse that kind of showed you that they weren't 100% to maybe win last week, and his other horse at a better price got the win. Here's Daring Move outside of rather late, actually finishing up quite well. Who's that? Older horse?
Assuming it looks like a bigger horse than a 2-year-old.
I don't know. I got to get that information.
Like that. We'll find out. But Flavian Pratt riding Daring Move, daughter of Daredevil, who is going to be coming out of the John Hancock barn. So that's a look at our 2-year-olds' works in race number 1. Sailgrad Spotlight, we will stay in the opening race and go to Satisfied Mind, the daughter of First Samurai, acquired by Hat Creek Racing for a mere $25,000. It's about the region in which they work in at the September sales and get a lot of positive results, this Gatewood Bell and his Hat Creek Racing. So Satisfied Mind, $25K, sitting in line for a purse of $90,000 as she will be the favorite in today's first race.
Good-looking filly there in the sales ring as well.
Clocker reports. Let's stay at the beginning of the card, and we'll go to race number 3 and focus our attention on the number 5 horse. That is Gilmore for trainer Joe Sharp, Twirling Candy 5-year-old gelding, who is a hot commodity at the claim box since last summer. The Gray Breeze, the half-mile 49 flat, in company with the stablemate Brown Liquor Man, and that was the second best of 11 on that morning. Son of Twirling Candy has passed win on Dirty Keeneland for trainer Joe Sharp. So Gilmore in race number 3, part of the Clocker report this morning, and then we'll go to race number 6 to show you Darush working in 48-4.
Looks like a pretty energetic on the bridle type of work. You obviously want to see that and see them finishing up really strongly by the time they hit the finish line, and a good strong gallop out as well for Darush a little bit later today. I like that work.
Let's go to our multi-race exotics. I'm going to tackle the early part of the card. Gabby's got dibs on the late pick 4. So early pick 4 begins in race number 2. Once we get past that 2-year-old event, we'll be on to a maiden $20,000 claimer. I'm going to single the number 6 horse to start. That is Casilda for Brad Cox, dropping this filly in for 20. Her last 2 races should be more than good enough to win against this group that she finds herself up against here today with Flavien Prat, the meet's leading rider in the saddle. 2-4-5 in race number 3. Guanare for Brittany Vandenberg. I like this colt quite a bit in race number 3, the number 2, but I've also got the number 4, Baby Voss for Doug Cowens, getting Irad to commit, and then Gilmore for Joe Sharp, the horse that we just talked about in the clock report, who's been claimed by Mike Maker, Brendan Walsh, Steve Asmussen, Billy Morey, Jonas Gibson now with Joe Sharp for a second start. And then the number, or I should say that is the number 5 in race number 3. 6 and 11 in race number 6, or race number 6, race number 4. This is race number 6 is not part
it's
of
our
this.
Monday.
Race number 4, the 6 and 11.
It's going to take a couple races to get back on track.
Dewey's Beast, the number 6, ran well here last year in the fall, so hopefully getting back on dirt for him. That's the idea with the 6 in race number 4 will get him back into a better result. And then the 11-horse Panther, coming off the synthetic and in career best form as of late. And then coverage in race number 5 and maiden special weight turf event at 5.5 furlongs, 1, 3, 6, 10, and 11. 5th race concludes the early pick 5, pick 4, and it also starts the late pick 4. So it's positioned perfectly because it's always going to be a key race, but it is a tough race. I think in line with the discussion we had with the featured 7th race here today, I think race number 5 is that just as tough.
I mean, my pick 4 costs $60. That's a lot. That's a high price point, at least in my book. But I did like the 6 software in the first leg of the sequence. We'll talk more about that, my best angle, in a minute. But did use 3 other horses in there, including the number 10, Magic Escapade, who's been working quite quickly for Tom Drury at Turfway. Race number 6, I couldn't get light there either. I had to use 3 horses. Just a Freak, the 5, Daruche, my top selection, and then Augusta Melody in the 7th race. Definitely didn't go light there. I thought that was a race where you needed to have coverage. Kind of self-explanatory there. I could have even used more horses, and then we get to the nightcap, and I kind of just used the 2 logical horses in the last race, the 5 and the 6. I left out the 1, Princess Olivia, because I think she gets pace pressure to the outside.
That's our early pick 4, late pick 4 takes here for this Wednesday card. Let's get into our best angles. I mentioned that I do like Guanare in race number 3 quite a bit, and that is going to be my best angle in the right competition, right? They gave this horse ample opportunity during the Turfway meet to run against Allowance Company. Couldn't quite hang in those 2 other bands, so they drop in for $32,000. Brittany Vandenberg with her husband Chris Amy in the saddle. I'm going to kick it way back as far as this look back. Let's go back to the spectacular bid at Laurel, January of 2024, in the mud. Wins by 2 3/4 lengths. It was only a field of 3. I understand that. He was the heavy favorite coming off of back-to-back wins and breaking his maiden, then winning an allowance race at Aqueduct. But I think that the horse has ability. There's no doubt. And then they tried him long in a stakes race right after this spectacular bid. He was dropped in for a tag by Dutrow here at Keeneland in the springtime last year, and that was when they claimed him for $100,000. They ran him in the Pat Day Mile and then those tough allowance races. So the drop, I think, will get him back into obviously better form. I mean, It has to here today. It just almost has to for Guanare this afternoon. And if I'm remembering correctly, help me out on this. Wasn't there a Chris Davis horse that had basically run up the track in the Pat Day Mile that won this past week here at Keeneland? Does that ring a bell, or am I making this up?
Did he win?
I don't remember. I think he did.
I think he
might be
Papa
losing my
Yo?
mind.
No, it wasn't Papa Yo. It wasn't Papa Yo.
That was in the back of my mind. So,
did he win? Okay, we'll have to look it up. I don't know, Scott. Why are you asking me these questions? It's a Monday. I'm not on my second coffee yet. I need more caffeine.
Where are you taking us?
Race 5.
Okay.
Race 5. Caps off the early pick 5, kicks off the late pick 4. We mentioned this. The 6. How do you like this? Makes turf debut as a big turf family.
What's wrong with that?
Let's keep it short and succinct.
Hey.
This horse actually is a half to Data Man, Data, whatever you prefer, Data Man, who's a multiple stakes winner on the turf. And Alda is actually the half sibling too. This filly by Munnings makes her turf debut. We'll show you this race. This is the Grade 1 Natalma. Obviously, it's a Grade 1 stakes race up at Woodbine for 2-year-olds, and she managed to get Grade 1 placed in this race. So there is a ton of turf pedigree on the bottom side. This filly, she tried to get to the turf first time out. She didn't show much speed that day. She had a wide trip that day as well. I just don't think you can consider her first race whatsoever because it was clearly on the dirt and she wants to be on the turf. So this is interesting to me. She looks like she's been working really well up at Fair Hill, and she attracts the likes of Flavien Prat. She's going to be a cold punch, $25 to win.
25 to win.
Did I disturb you? Are you texting someone?
People are texting me. Andy
We're
Sterling's
doing
bothering me back in New York about showing a replay of a 3-horse field.
He has texted me 3 times, and I haven't looked at my phone.
And I just noticed that there's a scratch in race number 5. I was getting the late scratches.
My horse? It's
no, it's Izzy Sweetgirl, the 7 in race number 5. I don't know if that was reflected in our graphic, but just trying to stay on top of things. Here's Tom Leach.
I wouldn't know what to do with that 25.
For his long shot pick of the day.
We'll go to race 2. It's number 9, Tip Tap. Tommy Drury's the trainer, and I don't think he gets the respect for the skill level that he has as a horseman in a meet with so many big-name trainers. So I think we'll maybe get our price on Tip Tap. This filly drops to a lower level for start number 3, and an effort close to that debut effort would give this one a big shot. First time on dirt could spark an improvement as well for the 9-horse, Tip Tap.
All right, Tom, thank you so much. Enjoy this 8-race card. Wednesday Challenge presented by Malone's. That's for the final 6 races of the day. You can participate in that in Wagering Central, first floor of the grandstand, just on the other side of where we sit here at our Today at Keeneland set. 7 race days left. After 8 consecutive, only 7 remain. 4 race days this week, and then 3 next week to close it out before we ship our tack over to Churchill Downs for Derby.
Yeah, the field's coming together. Looking forward to that. But it's always bittersweet, the end of Keeneland. I love this place.
Yeah, but there's still plenty of time. And don't forget about, too, if you don't have plans for the Derby here in the Lexington area, come out here to Keeneland. The party is on when it comes to Derby Day.
Love a good Derby party.
Right here at Keeneland Racecourse. For Gabby, I'm Scott. Enjoy this Wednesday here at Keeneland.
All the action, all the biggest players, all in one place. Follow the action from the racetrack to the sales ring at Keeneland on closing day of the spring meet. Right place, right time, right here. Make your move at the April Selected Horses of Racing Age sale, Friday, April 25th at Keeneland. Learn more at april.keeneland.com.
This is a Toyota Grand Highlander.
Toyota took the best-selling Highlander and made it bigger, more powerful, and more fuel efficient.
With your choice of 3 different powertrains, including the 362-horsepower Hybrid Max. And you've got to love the 12.3-inch touchscreen.
The big news is right back here with over 20 cubic feet of cargo space.
Behind a full-size third row.
Now get 6.45 APR financing on any new Highlander or Grand Highlander.
Toyota, let's go places.
Keeneland welcomes Van Barry to the paddock. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Leslie Miracle from Guest Services as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Leslie. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland. Time for a check of the John Deere track conditions. The main track is fast. The turf is firm and the rail at 20 feet on the turf course. Time now for a look at the changes. First race, where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes and also the early pick five all get underway. In the opener, scratch number 1, Vibora, and scratch the 11, Cheekwood. That's in the first race, scratch number 1, Vibora, and scratch the 11, Cheekwood. Second race, start of the early pick 4. Scratch the 12, Viley Lane. Scratch 13, Tempting Lady. Also scratch 15, Leilani Sue. And scratch 16, Wicked Eyes. That's in the second race. Scratch the 12, Viley Lane. Scratch 13, Tempting Lady. Scratch 15, Leilani Sue. And scratch 16, Wicked Eyes. There's a jockey change for number 8, Violence's Oar, and that'll be Adam Beschizza. Number 8, Violence's Oar, make the jockey Adam Beschizza. And please note, the 14, What's Her Number, draws into the race, jockey as programmed. 14, What's Her Number, draws into the race, Jose Ortiz as programmed. Third race, start of the pick 6, no carryover. In that third event, scratch number 1, I'm Your Man, and scratch number 3, Release McCracken. Third race, scratch number 1, I'm Your Man, and scratch number 3, Release McCracken. Fourth race, start of the late pick 5. In that fourth event, the jockey for the 7, Candyland Phil, Ben Curtis. Number 7, Candyland Phil, the jockey, Ben Curtis. Race 5, start of the late pick 4. Scratch number 7, Izzy Sweet Girl. Scratch number 9, Lori Beth. Also scratch the 14, Salty Senorita. Scratch the 15, Gray Matter. And scratch the 16, Blackjack Mary. That's race 5. Scratch the 7, Izzy Sweet Girl. Scratch the 9, Lori Beth. Also scratch 14, Salty Senorita, as well as 15, Gray Matter, and 16, Blackjack Mary. Please note, number 13, McLean's Lullaby, draws into the race. The jockey will be Frankie Dettori. Number 13, McLean's Lullaby, draws into the race, but the jockey will be Frankie Dettori. Sixth race has no changes. The featured seventh race, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Eighth and final event, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 3, Beau Soleil. That's in the 8th race. Scratch number 3, Beau Soleil. Jockey change on the 11, Lucky Phoenix, Andres Calleja. That's the 8th race, number 11, Lucky Phoenix, Andres Calleja. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Welcome back to another week of racing here at Keeneland Racecourse. Scott and Gabby with you as we get set for an 8-race card. It is Wednesday, which means we have the Wednesday Challenge presented by Malone's. Get involved in that for the final 6 races of the day. And part of that, Gabby, is our featured event, race number 7. It is the 4-star, a very deep group of fillies that'll be sprinting at 5.5 furlongs on the firm turf course.
Yes, it is. The focus might be on the number 9 Saturday Flirt, though. This one for trainer Wesley Ward. She actually did win her debut here at Keeneland over the turf course as a 2-year-old. And with that win, Wesley decided to ship her over to Royal Ascot. But the list goes on and on. I think the filly just to her inside, Dala, is very interesting, too. A second-time starter for Owen Hardy. It's a good race. It's a great day. The sun is out. The weather's going to be so nice this week.
4-day race week, as we do not race on Easter, so looking forward to these 4 days of action here at Keeneland starting at the top of the hour. Two-year-olds begin the day here at Keeneland Racecourse. These are fillies going 4.5 furlongs. Maiden special weight event worth $90,000. Starts the early pick 5 where the pull is already over $125,000. And Wesley Ward does have the favorite, as he normally does in these two-year-old races, with Satisfied Mind, the number 5 horse, who we'll get to in just a moment. I'm going to go to John Hancock's barn and Daring Move for owner Deborah Barkley, a Daredevil filly out of an AP Indy First Dam. And that mare has produced a two-year-old winner in the past, so precocity on the dam side. Getting Flavian Pratt certainly doesn't hurt as far as being swayed in the direction of this filly here today. But John Hancock due for a two-year-old win here this spring, and we'll see if Daring Move can get him into the winner's circle with this filly who's been working here at Keeneland, working half miles and 48 and change over the course of the last couple of weeks. So Daring Move, top selection, 5-1 currently on the board. The number 5 horse, Satisfied Mind, Wesley Ward going to Joel Rosario for Hat Creek Racing, a $25,000 Keeneland September yearling just last September. Daughter of First Samurai, who comes in with a very sharp 3 furlong work out of the gate in 34-4. And this is a filly that certainly deserves a lot of respect. 9-5 on the board. It's not a bad price. Thought that she'd be closer to even money or less. There's obviously still some time for that to happen, but at 9-5, Satisfied Mind, it really, all these races go through the Wesley Ward barn. That is the horse that you've got to beat here if you're willing to take a swing or go with her here in the opener. And the 2 who now draws the rail, Evolution for Arundel, post position number 1, hence the rail. Daughter of Brethren, Irad Ortiz Jr., Carlos David, good first-time out barn, coming in from South Florida. There's some buzz about this filly, obviously, for her sitting at odds of 9-2 right now, shipping up here to debut during the springtime. And relaxed filly as we see her being saddled up in stall 2 down in the paddock. So Daughter of Brethren, success from the dam, from the first dam, female side as far as two-year-old success. So precocity is there. And as far as Carlos David, like I mentioned, good in these situations and getting Irad Ortiz Jr. Good luck in the first of 8 here at Keeneland Racecourse. We'll get more observations of these fillies down to the paddock and check back in on the front side. Don't forget to get involved in the early pick 5.
For the updated minutes to post on Keeneland's first race, please refer to the television monitors. Currently 16 minutes till post for race 1. Likewise, for the updated odds for the first race at Keeneland, please refer to the television monitors. The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race, the Gunston Hall, a maiden special weight for 2-year-old fillies. Headley course, 4.5 furlongs. Main track is listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering started the early pick 5. Scratch the 1, Vibora, and scratch the 11, Cheekwood. Main track is fast and the turf is firm today. The rail at 20 feet on the turf course. Post time at 8 minutes.
Just trying to pay attention to the action on these fillies here, these 2-year-olds, and the 3's been consistently at 10-1. Now, I know that's a solid price. Anybody would love a 10-1 winner, but didn't expect this horse to be at this kind of a price. And so I think that you got to pay attention to the action on this McLean's Music filly, Nanzig. She worked quickly out of the gate, 35-4 over at the training center just a couple of days ago, 7 days ago on April 9th. So just clicked up to 11-1, but she's holding in that 10 to 11-1 range. Just trying to pay attention to the tote board and the action on this race, with the favorite still being Satisfied Mind at odds of 3-2. The 10's taking significant money. That's Gabby's top selection, Purely Zen. Trainer Chris Davis having a wonderful meet here at Keeneland during the springtime. This is a filly by Authentic, that Horse of the Year Derby winner, Breeders' Cup Classic winner, that was purchased down in Ocala just a month ago during that sale here in 2025 for $75,000. She immediately started to get to work up at Turfway Park with back-to-back 3 furlong works, and then worked 47-2 out of the gate up at Turfway Park. So she would have had plenty of foundation underneath her getting ready for that sale down in Ocala to come straight to the Chris Davis program. Saya's in the saddle, outside draw, 7-2. You can understand why this filly would be getting this kind of play. Good luck in the opener. We're less than 5 minutes away from some 2-year-old action, going 4.5 furlongs to start the early pick 5.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, the Gunston Hall, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line, first race. Backgammon moves into line. Little Sam's comes forward. And Frosty Mojito. Satisfied Mind, along with Daring Move. Purely Zen will be the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Satisfied Mind out for the lead. Little Sam's right there. Evolution, then Nanzig away running in 4th. Purely Zen 5th up on the far outside. Mescool goes in 6th. Backgammon is in 7th position. Daring Move is near the back of the pack. In fact, is now last around the far turn. Frosty Mojito moves up 1 spot to the inside of that one. Satisfied Mind is leading Evolution by 2 lengths as they move for the top of the stretch. A gap of 7 more lengths then back to Nanzig in 3rd. Little Sam's is 4th. Satisfied Mind is the leader. Here comes Evolution on the outside, though. These two battling for the lead past the 8th pole. Nanzig is 3rd, still 5 lengths away. The rest are still far back. Final furlong, Satisfied Mind opens back up on a 2-length lead to Evolution. 16th to go. Satisfied Mind in front, and Satisfied Mind to win the opener for Joel Rosario. It was Evolution across the wire in the 2nd spot, and then further back, Backgammon rallied up for 3rd.
Satisfied Mind just too quick for him. Bet down to odds of 4-5 as Wesley Ward gets another 2-year-old win this spring. Rinse and repeat these spring meets in these 2-year-old races, it feels, with trainer Wesley Ward. Another win for Hat Creek Racing, and Joel Rosario holding on. A little greenness from the filly, but she'd established at least a 2-length plus lead late in stretch and levels off here to win comfortably to take the opener at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 5, Satisfied Mind, was first. Number 2, Evolution, second. Number 7, Backgammon, third. Number 9, Daring Move, fourth. 5279, unofficial. First race results official. 5279, the official results. In the winner's circle for race 1, the Gunston Hall, the official winner, number 5, Satisfied Mind, owned by Hat Creek Racing of Gatewood Bell, trained by Wesley Ward, and Joel Rosario is the jockey aboard Satisfied Mind. This 2-year-old filly by First Samurai out of Rouge by Quality Road. Keeneland September graduate, bred in Kentucky by Stone Farm. The 4.5 furlongs on the Headley course, 53.74 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Gunston Hall Trophy presentation to the connections of Satisfied Mind. Keeneland second race upcoming. The main track is fast. The turf firm today. Double pick 3 and start of the early pick 4. The rail at 20 feet on the turf course. In race 2, scratch the 12, Viley Lane. Scratch 13, Tempting Lady. Scratch 15, Leilani Sue. And scratch 16, Wicked Eyes. Jockey for the 8, Violence Or, will be Adam Beschitza. Number 8, Violence's Or, Adam Beschitza will be the jockey. 14, What's Her Number, draws into the race. Jockey Jose Ortiz as programmed.
Race number 2, maiden $20,000 claiming event. 6 furlongs will be the distance for these fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. And Casilda is 2-1 right now for Brad Cox and Samaya U.S. Stables, City of Light filly that has spent her racing down at Fairgrounds thus far in her career. And obviously with Fairgrounds wrapping up, comes up here to Kentucky, and she's been preparing for this race at Keeneland up at Horseshoe, Indianapolis, part of that string that Brad Cox keeps up at Horseshoe Indy. And just on the surface, this filly running in maiden optional $50,000 claimers in her last 2. Those 2 races on January 25th and February 20th should go a long way in winning this race. As she finds herself here at the bottom as far as level of competition running for maiden 20, she showed speed in both of those starts. She ultimately was passed, but only beaten 2.5 lengths to finish third, and second beaten 3/4 of a length 2 starts back on January 25th. So they're putting her in a spot in which she should be able to succeed based on those recent races. If you look at her first 2 starts, those were tougher races that she was running against in straight maiden special weight company at the end of the year during her 2-year-old campaign in those maiden special weights. So Casilda, 2-1 on the board right now. Would expect this price to come down on this filly. And looking at the double will pays, she is by far and away the favorite in the double will pays. She's returning $4 after Wesley Ward's filly, the favorite, won race number 1. She is the shortest payoff there. So Casilda is going to be tough here in race number 2. To her outside, the 8-horse Violences, or make it Adam Beschizza, who will get the opportunity on this Violence filly. She was debuted for maiden 15 at Fairgrounds. Didn't break well at all from post 1, but gets outside here today, which is a positive for me. And if she can break sharper out of the Brett Calhoun barn, second time out, gaining some experience. She picked up some position over the course of that race. I know she's not taking the drop down in class that the favorite is, but running for maiden 15 and showing up here for maiden 20, they have found her level. And at 10-1, I would not be surprised if she runs a big race in here. If she breaks, that is going to be the key for her. And then the filly that draws the rail, Big Earn, Maryland-bred daughter of Warriors Reward. It comes out of the Steve Asmussen barn for the second time. She showed some improvement last time out off of her races back in January and February up at Laurel with another trainer, but showed improvement in her most recent start at Turfway in maiden 30 company. She was rallying from off the pace. She didn't break all that well, and she's another one. If she can break well, should be able to outrun her odds of 7-1 with Irad taking the call out of the Steve Asmussen barn. So Big Earn at a price of 7-1. It's a pretty competitive group as far as I understand. The 6 is going to get a lot of attention here. 14 draws into this race and is getting a lot of play. That's What's Her Number for trainer Joe Sharp. So 2-1, right on par with what the current favorite is, or just slightly off of it as the second choice, slightly less money that she's taking. But for her to get that kind of attention, drawing it off the also eligibles, sometimes these horses get forgotten about that they are drawing into the race. But we'll keep an eye on that action on What's Her Number for Joe Sharp and owner Clark Brewster. This race does start the early pick 4. I'm going to single the 6 on the drop down in class. In race number 3, 2, 4, and 5, in that one, Gwenade for Brittany Vandenberg in race number 3 is a 20-1 morning line shot that I think has a big opportunity to spring an upset. Baby Voss for Doug Cowens, first off the claim, very good conditioner who doesn't claim a lot of horses off of folks, but first off the claim, 25% winners there. And then the 5-horse Gilmore for Joe Sharp, part of the clock report, horse that's moved around quite a bit and has been pretty consistent as far as performances, so you can't ignore the number 5 in race 3. 6 and 11 in race number 4. That's a $20,000 claiming event. And the 6, Dewey's Best for Marcelino Salas. Good race here last fall at Keeneland, in and around the same level. Ran for 30 that day, 30,000, drops in for 20 today with Martin Garcia. And then the 11-horse Panther for Sergio Don Juan. I think you have to respect this horse in race number 4 based on career best form as of late. I know those races came on the synthetic at Turfway, but in good form right now. I'll include Panther on the ticket, and then coverage in race number 5. A pivotal race today, race 5. Ends the early pick 5, early pick 4, starts the late pick 4 here today. It's a very wide open maiden special weight for female turf sprinters, and 1, 3, 6, 10, and 11 are the horses that I'll use to get as much coverage as possible, and hopefully we can be alive to that final leg of this early pick 4. $15 investment that's how I see it as far as the early pick 4. You've got 15 minutes to post for race number 2.
horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, maiden claiming event, fillies and mares age 3 and up, claiming price of $20,000. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the early pick 4, fast track firm turf today, 6 furlongs over the fast main track here in race 2. Scratch 12, Viley Lane. Scratch 13, Tempting Lady. Also scratch the 15, Lailani Sue, and the 16, Wicked Eyes. Jockey for the 8, Violence's Or, Adam Beschitza. Adam Beschitza rides the 8. Number 14 draws in. What's her number? Jockey Jose Ortiz as programmed. Post time, 7 minutes.
Looking out to a long shot play from Tom Leach this morning from Today at Keeneland. That is the number 9 horse, Tip Tap. Each and every morning on Today at Keeneland, Tom Leach pinpoints a long shot that he feels will be live over the course of the card, and he's coming here to race number 2 with this Wildcat Red filly for Tom Drury Jr., who drops out a maiden 50 tries up at Turfway Park, where she got a little attention in those races, 7 and 8 to 1. She's being dismissed completely here today. She ran some even races in both of those starts. Her debut effort was slightly better than what we saw from her in her follow-up race about 5-6 weeks later. But Tip Tap, if you're looking for a price, she is a huge price, 32 to 1 on the board. That makes her the third longest shot in this field. The price on the favorite is coming down, 6 to 5 on Casilda. Price on the 14 is drifting up after being 2 to 1 earlier. What's her number? But Casilda will be the one to beat in here, taking the drop down in class. Good luck in race number 2 at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. Moving into line, race 2. Tip Tap comes forward, along with Wreck-It Ruby. Red Royalty. Lady Blake, Truth or Consequence. What's Her Number will be the last one. Casilda going in. And What's Her Number? Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Truth or Consequence, and What's Her Number? Casilda a step quicker. Casilda moves up for the lead. Truth or Consequence will go second as they head up the back stretch. And then comes Menu Please, who moves forward as well. 5th of May is right there, moves up third ahead, just over 2 lengths off the lead. What's Her Number? Going to be wide to the far turn and running in the 5th position, 4 from the front. Big Earn is in 6th down toward the inside. Tip Tap is in 7th. Lady Blake is 8th. Red Royalty is 9th. Miss Monroe County, 10th around the far turn. Wreck-It Ruby is 11th. Violence is Or last of the 12. It was 22.33 seconds the time for that opening quarter. Casilda is the leader. Truth or Consequence second. A length and a half separates the top 2. Then a gap of 3 more back to 5th of May and 3rd. What's Her Number? 4th on the outside. 6 lengths off the lead. Quarter mile to go. Casilda to catch, and she leads it by 3.5 lengths off the far turn. What's Her Number? Drives up on the outside to challenge for second alongside of Truth or Consequence. Behind that pair, 5th of May is in 4th. 8th pole for Casilda, who's got a 5-length lead. Truth or Consequence is second by a length. What's Her Number? 3rd, and then 5th of May, followed in deep stretch by Red Royalty, but at the line, it is Casilda to win for Flavian Pratt. Truth or Consequence was across the wire in 2nd position, and followed by What's Her Number in 3rd.
Casilda never gave him an opportunity. She broke sharp, established a lead, went quick early, but nobody was coming to her late whatsoever. On the drop down in class, for Samaya US and trainer Brad Cox, Flavian Pratt. She was 4-5 as they were going into the gate. You got 6-5 in the end. Not a bad price on this clear winner in race number 2.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's second race: number 6, Casilda, first. Number 11, Truth or Consequence, second. Number 14, What's Her Number, third. The 7, 5th of May, fourth. 6, 11, 14, 7, unofficial. Race 2 results official. Into the winner's circle, the official winner, number 6, Casilda, owned by the Somaya U.S. stables of Usama Abghazaleh, trained by Brad Cox. The jockey, Flavian Pratt. Casilda, 3-year-old filly by City of Light, out of Scat Means Go by Scat Daddy. Winner, bred in Kentucky by International Equities Holding Incorporated. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 12.1 seconds. Results are official: 6, 11, 14, 7, the official results. Keeneland's third race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6, no carryover. Main track is fast, the turf firm, the rail at 20 feet on the turf course. Third race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch number 1, I'm Your Man. And scratch number 3, Release McCracken.
Race number 3 will start the Wednesday card, pick 6 for the final 6 races on this 8-race card. Also, doubles continue to roll, as do pick 3s, exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering available here in race number 3 at Keeneland. Scratch the 1 as well as the 3. Gwinnett just click down to 7-1. This is a colt by Run Happy who's taken a big move down in class, and he's been just in over his head last few times up at Turfway Park. There are points in this horse's career in which he has put together some massive efforts on the dirt especially. So I am hoping that the combination of the drop down in class and the move back to dirt gets this horse back into the winner's circle. They claimed this horse for $100,000 spring of last year here at Keeneland off of P&G Stable, and Rick Dutrow did trainer Brittany Vandenberg and her client Alice McEwen. And they gave him an opportunity to run in the Grade 2 Pate Mile on Derby Day at Churchill, gave him some time off, brought him back to Turfway Park. And his comeback race at 6.5 was solid back on the 7th of December. But then his last few races just simply could not keep up when he was asked to show speed. I would expect that he's going to show speed from the inside, going the mile and a 16th and first wire finish and things of that nature, because he has been quick enough to do so. So at 7-1, I'm going to take a shot with a price here from a horse that was 20-1 on the morning line, being bet down to 7-1. Gwinnett for Brittany Vandenberg and her husband, jockey Chris Amy. The number 5 horse, that is Gilmore for Joe Sharp. We discussed this horse this morning on Today at Keeneland, was part of the Clock Report, and a horse that has moved around quite a few different barns. He was with Brendan Walsh for a bit, then Mike Maker, Steve Asmussen, Billy Morey, now with Joe Sharp. Second time out of the barn of Joe Sharp. He's back out to a mile and a 16th, a trip in which he's won before over at Churchill Downs. He's won in the past here at Keeneland when he won going a mile and a 16th for $16,000. So claim for 30, shows up for 32 here today, getting more distance to work with. There's a lot of reasons to like the number 5 horse Gilmore as he sits at 2-1 right now. And then the number 4 horse, Baby Voss, for TEC Racing and trainer Doug Cowens, a gelding by Empire Maker that was claimed for $30,000 in his most recent start. He responded with that drop down in competition after running against tougher allowance foes prior to that. But he was the favorite that day, got the victory going a mile, comes here to Keeneland for the second time in his career. His previous try at Keeneland was in the spring of last year, going a mile and an eighth in a tough allowance race that was taken by Pyrenees. So his competition from what he was facing prior to dropping in for 30, way more difficult than what he is seeing here today. And that is why he is sitting at 8-5 right now. Doug Cowens, the trainer, he doesn't claim a lot of horses, but from what I've got in front of me, statistically speaking, he's claimed 8 horses as of late, and he's getting 25% success. So he's 2 for his last 8, first off the claim as far as producing winners. So at 8-5, you certainly have to respect Baba Voss in race number 3. Good luck if you're playing the pick 6. Reminder, it begins here. Good luck with all your wagers in race number 3 here at Keeneland Racecourse.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, a claiming race for 4-year-olds and up. The price $32,000, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6. Main track is fast. The turf is firm. The rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. A reminder in this third race, scratch the 1, I'm Your Man, and scratch number 3, Release McCracken. Post time at 7 minutes.
Here's a look at the clocker pick from this morning, one of 2 on this card. The first of the afternoon, as the latter one will come in race number 6, but it's Gilmore, a hot commodity at the claim box last summer. Since last summer, he breezed a half mile and 49 flat over a fast track in company with his stablemate Brown Liquorman, a 5-year-old son of Twirling Candy, who has passed dirt form here at Keeneland Racecourse. That is the gelding that we're taking a look at, Gilmore. So put in the right spot here to succeed. He's 5-2 on the board and caught the eye of the clockers here at Keeneland Racecourse as he prepares for this Wednesday test. The number 6 horse, Manfredi, he's not the biggest horse, pretty well turned out horse. Not a bad looking son of Run Happy. The idea I have here in looking at him further, first of all, he caught my eye in the paddock, but I think that they just need to turn him loose, because you look at his races, albeit at Mountaineer in West Virginia, when he gets out in front of horses, he gains confidence and he builds on that. So we'll see if Walter Rodriguez attempts to do that going into the first turn, which is always so key in these mile and a 16th races. But Manfredi sitting at 11-1. We'll see how he fares out of the Eric Reed barn. Favorite is Slip Mahoney, or was a second ago. That's the Jose D'Angelo runner who is really changing things up, cutting back in distance out of a 1 3/4 race at Saratoga and the Birdstone Stakes, that race taken by the best long-distance dirt horse that we've seen in years in Next. So they're dropping him in class. In fact, he has not run in non-stakes company since an allowance try at Saratoga that he won. So last 5 races, all against stakes competition for Slip Mahoney, as we're 5 minutes away from race number 3 at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, start of the pick six. Moving into line, race 3. Guinare and Baba Voss move into line along with Gilmore. Manfredi comes forward, 2 more to load. Here's Coppermaster. Slip Mahoney, the last one, comes forward. Goes in, first wire, they're at the post. And they're off. There's Manfredi, and there's Guinare. Guinare from the inside, Manfredi joined by Slip Mahoney to the far outside as they head down to the first turn. It is Guinare who's got the early lead, though. Guinare will hug the rail into the turn, joined by Manfredi up to the outside. Slip Mahoney is next just to the outside of Baba Voss, who's down toward the rail in fourth to save some ground around the first turn. Then a break of just over 3 more lengths back to the 2 trailers. Gilmore, who moves up 1 spot around Coppermaster, who is last. The opening quarter, 23.5 seconds on to the backstretch. Manfredi, outward from the rail, has the lead by just a half length. Guinare is second toward the inside by a length and a half. Slip Mahoney, third by a head. Baba Voss is looking for running room in between horses from fourth. Then a gap of 3.5 more lengths back to Coppermaster just inside of Gilmore as the field works its way off the end of the backstretch after an opening half mile in 47.04 seconds. It is Manfredi, the leader. Manfredi leads it by 2 lengths. Guinare second by a neck. Slip Mahoney is third. Gilmore going to be a wide fourth around the outside of Baba Voss. Gilmore is moving up outside of Slip Mahoney. Coppermaster still last, and they're midway on the far turn, and it is Manfredi leading at a length and a half. Gilmore, Slip Mahoney, and now Baba Voss. Quarter mile to go. Baba Voss, fourth, third, second, draws alongside at the top of the lane of Manfredi. Coming into the final furlong, Baba Voss on the outside has the advantage. Manfredi is second, and then Gilmore is third. Baba Voss by 2.5 lengths in the final furlong, followed by Gilmore, and then Manfredi a long way back to Coppermaster in fourth. Down to the wire, Baba Voss. Iran Ortiz Jr. with that sweeping move at the quarter pole, winning it. After that, it was Gilmore home second, then Manfredi in third, and Coppermaster fourth.
An off-the-pace approach for Baba Voss, the post-time favorite for trainer Doug Cowens and Elliott Logan's TEC Racing. Too much for this group as he remains in top form. Back-to-back wins for the son of Empire Maker, and he's going to draw off, put some distance between himself and the number 5 horse Gilmore, and Manfredi running a solid race to complete the trifecta. But favorite so far on the first 3 races of this Wednesday card here at Keeneland.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's third race: number 4, Baba Voss, was first. Number 5, Gilmore, was second. Number 6, Manfredi, third. And the 7, Coppermaster, fourth. 4, 5, 6, 7, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the unofficial winner, number 4, Baba Voss, owned by TEC Racing of Elliott Logan, trained by Doug Cowens. Irad Ortiz Jr. is the winning jockey. Baba Voss, a 5-year-old gelded son of Empire Maker, out of Siempre Mia by Scat Daddy, bred in Kentucky by Forging Oaks Farm. 8.5 furlongs over the main track, listed fast, 1 minute 45.15 seconds. Third race results official, 4, 5, 6, 7, the official results. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 5. Main track is fast, the turf firm today. Rail at 20 feet on the turf course. In this fourth event, jockey for the 7, Candyland Phil, Ben Curtis. 7, Candyland Phil, jockey Ben Curtis.
Race number 4, less than 17 minutes to post. This will begin the late pick 5 here at Keeneland, and it looks like a lot of folks may be singling the number 10 horse, who's down to 3-5 right now. That is Double Barrel for trainer Brad Cox, taking the drop down in class after a disappointing run in a $50,000 claimer last time out. Also cuts back in distance. I'm going to take my shot against this odds-on favorite. I go to the horse that'll be drawn just to his outside, Panther, for trainer Sergio Don Juan, a son of Munnings. Alvin Jimenez gets the call to ride this 4-year-old gelding, who's a 2-time winner from 7 starts. His wins have come on the synthetic, but he is quick. Outside draw, drawn to the outside of this favorite, I think is a positive. Can get a good measure of what Flavian Pratt is able to do with Double Barrel, the heavy favorite at 3-5. Alvin Jimenez should be able to. So Panther, he's in the best form of his career. Now, whether that's just simply maturing, being a better horse at this point in time, moving to the new operation after being claimed for $7,500, but that or the synthetic, I'm not quite sure, and I don't think that we have a full gauge. Clearly, we don't have a full gauge of what he's capable of when running on dirt, considering he's only got one try on a conventional dirt track, and that happened back in the fall at Keeneland, where he was eased late in that race after just never being competitive or being involved. So I'll go with this horse, 8-1 on the board, Panther, and hope that he can handle the favorite Double Barrel drawn right next to him in the starting gate. The number 6 horse, Dewey's Beast. He's a horse that's run well in the past here at Keeneland. Fall of last year, ran for $30,000. He was about 8-1, just shy of 8-1 that day, and showed good speed, and then ultimately was collared to finish second, beaten 2 1/4 lengths in a quickly run race for the level. But back on dirt for him, if that moves him forward, and I think it very well should, considering his last few dirt races were, I don't want to say markedly better, but somewhat better than what we've seen from him on the synthetic course up at Turfway Park. Don't ignore Dewey's Beast, the number 6 horse, 8-1 currently. And then rounding out the top 3 for me is one for my brother. This is a horse that cuts back in distance. He went too far last time out, I think was part of it. 2 starts back, too tough of a race in a stakes event. So back into a much more realistic position here today is this Son of Alpha. He's 26-1 on the board, drawn down to the inside, always seems to have good position in these sprint races throughout his career. So I'll round out my top 3 with a long shot runner, 26-1 on the board with 1 for my brother. Good luck in race number 4. Once again, begins the late pick 5, the pool, well over $112,000 with 15 minutes to post.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race. $20,000 the claiming price for these 3-year-olds and up. 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Doubled in pick 3, wagering start of the late pick 5. Main track is fast. The turf is firm today. Jockey for the 7 Candyland Phil will be Ben Curtis. Post time in 7 minutes.
There's a look at Double Barrel, still odds on 4-5 in this pretty big field that we're dealing with here for race number 4. 11 runners will line up, and here's a horse that I'm not saying that I missed something here, but I didn't expect him to be this short of a price, to be honest with you, just based on the fact that his last race was just so not up to par with what we had seen from him in his most recent performance prior to that, where he was second for 40. Now, granted, they did jump up to 50 for what it's worth, slightly more difficult competition, but he just was never able to get involved in that race from an inside post position whatsoever. So the fact that they drop him down in such a big way was what honestly kind of concerned me in coming into Keeneland Racecourse. And I say this all the time, that you've got to be aggressive to show up here to Keeneland and win races because we know the competition just gets so much stiffer with horses coming from all over the country to arrive in whatever level of racing we're dealing with. But that last race, for him to be beaten 19 lengths as the favorite for $50,000 was a concern for me, and that was why I was willing to go against him. Obviously, the majority are not for him to be 4-5 on the board right now, but that was my take with Double Barrel. We've got the meets leading rider Flavian Pratt in the saddle of the favorite, meets leading trainer Brad Cox conditioning him, which certainly will sway a lot of opinions. So we'll see how this pans out, as he will be this heavy favorite in race number 4. Good luck in the late pick 5 or any wager you're placing here on race number 4 at Keeneland. 7 furlongs will be the distance for this group of $20,000 claimers.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, start of the late pick 5. Moving into line, race 4. Coach Campbell goes in along with Cause of Ruckus. Odds on Tony. Double Barrel. Oscarson. Panther will be the last one. Last one going in. They're at the post. And they're off. Panther, Double Barrel, Dewey's Beast a step quicker, and Dewey's Beast moves up the chute for the lead as they head up the back stretch now. It is Dewey's Beast getting over to the rail, leads at 3/4 of a length. Panther goes in the second position. Oscarson moves up between horses into third. Double Barrel is fourth to the far outside. God of Wine is fifth. One for My Brother between horses sixth. Then a gap of 4 more lengths. Coach Campbell is seventh. A gap of 3 more back of that one to Cause a Ruckus. Criminal Defense, Odds on Tony, and Candyland Phil is last. Opening quarter in 22.82 seconds. Dewey's Beast, Panther, 1-2, separated by neck onto the far turn. Oscarson, outward from the rail, is in third position. One for My Brother moves up fourth by a head. Double Barrel to his outside is a wide fifth, 5 lengths off the lead. God of Wine is 6 back toward the inside as they round the far turn. Panther has the lead. Awkward move there for Oscarson, who goes to the outside and loses several positions and drops out of it. They turn for home. It is Panther with the lead. Dewey's Beast is second, 5 more lengths. Double Barrel is still back in third position as they move toward the final furlong. Panther has the lead by 3.5 lengths. Dewey's Beast second. Double Barrel is still third on the outside, challenging for second, a good 6 lengths behind the leader. The leader, Panther, at the 16th pole, 5 lengths now back to Double Barrel. Here's the wire. Panther in front. Panther, Albin Jimenez to win it. Double Barrel second. Dewey's Beast third. God of Wine fourth.
Well, Panther 7-1 in the end out of the Sergio Don Juan barn with Albin Jimenez in the saddle. Kept on going after establishing that early position down the backstretch around the bend. The favorite double barrel. He'd lost a bit of position, just simply couldn't keep up as they were going around the turn. He runs a solid race, but could never get close to Panther in the end. Well done to this team, bringing in this 4-year-old son of Munnings in career best form, and he keeps it rolling here today at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race, number 11, Panther, finished first. Number 10, Double Barrel, was second. Number 6, Dewey's Beast, third. Number 1, God of Wine, fourth. 11-10-6-1 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the unofficial winner, number 11, Panther, owned by the Master Stable LLC of Jose Garcia, trained by Sergio Don Juan, Albin Jimenez, the winning jockey. Panther, 4-year-old gelded son of Munnings, out of Golden Production by Exchange Rate, bred in Kentucky by Adrian Regan, Fergus Galvin, John Wade, and Tony Haggerty. 1 minute 25.47 seconds for the 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Fourth race results official. 11-10-6-1, the official results. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. The turf is listed firm, the rail at 20 feet. Scratch the 7, Izzy Sweet Girl. Scratch the 9, Lori Beth. Also scratched the 14 Salty Senorita, the 15 Gray Matter, and 16 Blackjack Mary. A reminder, number 13 draws into the race. 13, McLean's Lullaby, draws in. The jockey, Frankie Dettori.
Race number 5 coming up next to kick off that late pick 4 sequence. I will talk about that in just a few moments. But this race, a maiden special weight for older fillies, 5.5 furlongs on that firm turf course. And I start the conversation off with the number 6 Software, making her second career start for a trainer, Graham Motion. So she actually debuted at Delaware Park over the summer back in July of last year. The race was originally carded for the turf, but it was come off the turf and run on the main track, going that sharp 5 furlong distance. She was quite wide throughout. She did look a little bit green. So I can't really hold that against her. But from a pedigree standpoint, she certainly is bred top and bottom to love the surface. She's by Munnings. She's a half to Data Man. Very nice multiple stakes winner on the turf. Alda, grade 1 placed on the turf. She actually placed in the grade 1 Natalma up at Woodbine. So there is a ton of pedigree to suggest that this filly will make a forward move on the turf. And I like to see that she's being bet right now. 3-1, definitely getting a lot of action. Flavien Prat to ride. Her workouts have been swift and consistent at Fair Hill. As we take a look at the number 3, Candy Mine, making her second start, and her first race was actually back in August of last year at Ellis Park. She was a little bit slow out of the starting gate. She picked up the pieces late to finish second, and for what it's worth, I pulled this stat the other day. Rusty Arnold's horses, when they hit the board first time out and they come back, I think he strikes at about 29-30% with them getting into the winner's circle after being in the money first time out. So I think that's interesting. She's a filly by Twirling Candy. There's only been one other sibling who was a turf winner, so there's some turf pedigree on that bottom side as well. Candy Mine, very interesting. She looks great in the paddock today, coming in off that layoff. And then finally, the one Bunchen for trainer Wesley Ward. I think they're just kind of going back to the drawing board here. Obviously, she ran a couple times over the winter at Turfway. She didn't really handle that surface. I think she really does need to turn back in distance. Her sprint races seem to be a little bit stronger than her route races, so she finds herself here. But I do still think with the layoff, she's going to be sharp out of the gate, and we'll probably see a similar effort and then what we saw back in the beginning of December at Turfway when she was sprinting and she still was able to show some speed. I think she kind of has to, considering the distance and her post position today. She's 7-1 right now for trainer Wesley Ward. We'll see what she can do, but a competitive group of fillies. We'll take a closer look at them in a minute and report trackside, but this race does kick off that pick 4, as I mentioned, using 4 horses here, the 1, the 3, the 6, and the 10. The 10 is 7-2, Magic Escapade, a first-time starter for Tom Drury. These workouts have been very fast. 5 furlongs in 59-4 coming out of the gate at Turfway. They've just been quite quick, so I wonder if she's one of those fillies that can show a lot of gate speed. And again, big turf pedigree, Medaglia d'Oro, Lemon Drop Kid on the bottom side. Race number 6, just 3 horses there. The 3, the 5, and the 6. The 3, Just a Freak, coming back off the layoff for trainer Eddie Keneally, I like, as well as Daruche. The number 5 horse was very impressive in his debut, and then Augusta Melody is certainly the horse to beat off of the form that he has shown thus far. Race 7, your guess is as good as mine. I'll be perfectly honest with you. I thought that was a coverage race. The 1, Satin Blue, is where I go as a top pick, but the 2, Tales of the Heart, very interesting for Bill Mott, making the North American debut. The 8 in there, Dala, very interesting, was a winner first time out for Owen Hardy. And then the 9, Saturday Flirt for Wesley Ward, coming back here to Keeneland. The 12, Big Trouble in that race, is kind of that proven commodity, comes out of a pair of nice stakes efforts down at the fairgrounds. We've seen that fairgrounds turf form really hold here so far at Keeneland. And then we get to the 8th and final race, just the 5 and the 6. Kind of the formful, the logical horses there in the nightcap. So kind of a pricey ticket, pick 4, $60, but I did think you had to invest a decent amount of money in order to hit this thing today, and I think it will pay well on the other side if we can click with some of these nice prices throughout. We're 12 minutes away from race number 5 to kick off that late pick 4. Again, we'll talk more trackside in a few moments about how the field looks in just a bit.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Raceland, a maiden special weight, fillies and mares age 3 and up. 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed firm, the rail at 20 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 4. Scratch the 7, Izzy Sweet Girl. Also scratch the 9, Lori Beth. Also scratch 14, Salty Senorita, 15, Gray Matter, and 16, Blackjack Mary. A reminder, number 13 draws into the race. 13, McLean's Lullaby, the jockey Frankie Dettori. Post time at 6 minutes.
All right, coming up next, it kicks off the late pick 4. I thought this was a wide open race to begin with. And after looking at some of these horses in the paddock, I think it's even more wide open. I'm going to throw out some crazy long shots in this race. The 4 Dear Scarlet, I thought looked really nice here for trainer Neil Pessin. Now, clearly, she started late. She started as a 4-year-old last year, and then she came back. This is her seasonal debut. This is her 3rd start, and she's a 5-year-old mare. So take that into consideration. But I thought she looked really good, and I also thought she looked really fit coming in off of the layoff too. To me, she really did look like a turf sprinter. There are some horses in here that kind of look like they could be fine at 5.5 or maybe a little bit longer, but the 4 Dear Scarlet definitely had that turf sprinter build. Now, she hasn't shown much speed in either 2 of her races. Maybe she can outrun her odds and hit the board at a big price. The 6 Software, I really like this filly. She looks extremely sharp, very fit off the layoff too. She's not the biggest filly. She's quite compact, but you can see her kind of tossing her head out there. She's got a lot of energy, and I don't mind seeing that. I think she's going to be sharp off the layoff. I like to see that, especially considering that this is a turf sprint. The 11, Emoji, making her 2nd career start. Now, she didn't show much at all in her first start. She was 22-1 in that race, but 5 furlongs at Gulfstream Park, going 21, 44, 56, I think is just too sharp for her. Today, speaking of sharp, she does look quite sharp out there, but I thought she looked really nice in the paddock. So maybe she's another one that just needs a little bit more distance and experience. 5.5 furlongs today is ideal, I think, for her. And then finally, the 13, McLean's Lullaby. Frankie Dettori picks up the mount here. And this horse, I thought her last race was actually really good. If she can run back to that race that we saw from her, she could be right here against this field. 69 by her speed figure. If she could kind of improve upon that, she could be right there. She's making her turf debut. McLean's Music on the top side, Harlan's Holiday on the bottom side, and she's warming up nicely there on the track under Frankie Dettori with the pickup mount. So maybe we could see some prices at least hit the board here. Right now, your favorite is the 10 Magic Escapade, as she has been working very quickly in the morning at Turfway for trainer Tom Drury Jr., and he wins at a high percentage with his first-time starters as well. So we'll see how this race unfolds. Very cool, very interesting race, and plenty of ways to go, especially if you're using this race within the pick 4 sequence. We're 3 minutes away from the 5th. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Raceland, start of the late pick 4. Moving into line race 5. Candy Mine moves in. Magic Escapade. Dear Scarlet. Emoji. Fazer comes forward. Moringa. McLean's Lullaby, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Practical Love out for the lead with Bunchen. Emoji right there to join them. Candy Mine is away running in 4th. Magic Escapade is 5th between horses. McLean's Lullaby 6th up on the outside. Moringa is 7th between horses. A gap of 2 lengths to Moria, who is 8th. Software is in 9th. Fazer is 10th. And Dear Scarlet last of the 11. They move on to the far turn. And here's the challenge from Practical Love to the outside of Bunchen, who still got the lead. Bunchen against the rail, leads it by a neck. Practical Love is second by 2. Candy Mine Mine is third by a length and a half. And then Magic Escapade, who's racing along in the fourth position, takes a peek off the rail now, starts to move up, but still 6 lengths off the lead. Emoji and Moringa behind her. Boonchen has the lead off the far turn. Opens up here by 3. Back to Practical Love. Candy Mine to the inside. And then Magic Escapade, who's fourth. Candy Mine going to dive to the inside. Boonchen has the lead, though, by a length, a deep stretch. Candy Mine is second. And then Magic Escapade and Practical Love down to the wire. Boonchen still has the advantage. Boonchen to win it. Candy Mine across the line in second. And then it was Magic Escapade.
Well, Boonchen with a very quick gate break today from the rail post position. That really made all the difference because you can see coming down the stretch, there's a couple of horses trying to make a move in the late stages. The 3 going down to the inside, the 8 trying to move on, and as well as the 10. But nobody could make up any ground on the very quick and speedy Boonchen. Shows gate speed and takes the field gate to wire. Trainer Wesley Ward.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race. Number 1, Boonchen, finished first. Number 3, Candy Mine, second. Number 10, Magic Escapade, third. And number 6, Software, fourth. 1, 3, 10, 6, unofficial. Race 5, results official. 1, 3, 10, 6, the official results. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 5th race, the Raceland, the official winner, number 1, Boonchen. Owned by Three Chimneys Farm LLC of Gonzalo Torrealba, trained by Wesley Ward, Gerardo Corrales, the jockey. Boonchen, a 4-year-old gun runner filly out of No More Parties by Speightstown, bred in Kentucky by Colts Neck Stables LLC. 5.5 furlongs over the turf-listed firm, 1 minute 3.01 seconds. Hurley pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. In the winner's circle, the Raceland Trophy presentation to the connections of Boonchen. Keeneland's 6th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering. This will start the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Track is listed fast. No changes in race 6.
Horses are in the paddock for race number 6, and here's a look at the number 5, DeRouche, a second-time starter for trainer Mike Stidham. This is where I land, but this is a salty allowance group here, going out to the main track at the distance of 6 furlongs. The reason why I go here is this horse was very impressive first time out. Again, another one of those horses that took a long time to get going. He did debut as a 4-year-old back in the beginning of March at the fairgrounds, but he was bet down like a good thing that day, and he delivered to those odds. It wasn't the best of trips either. He kind of broke a little bit tardy coming out of the starting gate, rushed up, and then just dominated against that group. Now, he is going to have to get faster in order to be competitive against this group. There are some really nice horses in here, proven commodities, horses with back class, but I thought his speed, if he can break a little bit sharper today, they might not catch him on the front end. He was very impressive, and again, that long stretch down at the fairgrounds, I think will certainly make him fit in his second start to come back here at 3/4 once again on the main track at Keeneland. And Ben Curtis obviously picks up the mount. He was aboard him first time out. Obviously, he's had a very good start to the Keeneland Spring Meet. He'll be the top pick at 4-1 as we take a look to the horse just to his outside, the number 6, Augusta Melody. This horse ran really well last time out. It was against a salty allowance group. He kind of showed speed that day. I wonder what we're going to see from him in terms of his running style, if he's going to take it to the 5 DeRouche or if he's going to be content with sitting just off the pace. I guess it'll come up to whether or not Irad Ortiz Jr. decides to go, but he was pretty sharp last time out in that field of 6, so I would be surprised if he's too far off of it. I thought obviously one of his most impressive efforts was last March at Oaklawn, earned a 92 Beyer speed figure for that impressive victory. He beat a good group of allowance horses that day, and then he came back to face Stakes Company at Lone Star. He's had some starts and stops along the way. I guess that would be a little bit of a concern. He's 8 years old. He's only run a handful of times in the past couple of years. But if he's right, he's very good. And if he can run to his best race, he would definitely beat this group today. And then finally, this 3, Just a Freak, 9-2 right now. This is a very nice price for this horse. He's another one that sometimes can go in and out of form. He obviously took some time to break his maiden. He did so on the Muddy Sealed track last June at Churchill Downs. But then he came back and I thought kind of legitimized that maiden breaking score. Not necessarily in wins, but definitely competitive in those types of races. He's closed into hot paces. He's sat forwardly in slow paces. He's been pretty versatile. I think there was a reason that he's been laid up since his last race. His last race was almost too bad to be true, and obviously he was sidelined since then, and he comes back here with some consistent workouts at Keeneland for trainer Eddie Keneally, who's having a really good spring meet thus far. The barn is clicking, and that's always something to consider here during this shortened meet. 3, Just a Freak, the third selection for me. I go 5-6-3. Scott goes 3-6-2 in this race, so kind of disagree here, but it's that type of field. I thought you could go in multiple different directions. As we are 14 minutes away, this race kicks off the final opportunity to get into that pick 3. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Maple Hill Allowance 4-year-olds and up. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. No changes. Post time in 9 minutes.
Field is warming up on the track, and here's a closer look at the number 8 Trust Issues. I thought this horse made a really nice appearance today for trainer Michelle Lovell. He never really took a beat over the course of the winter. Obviously, 2 starts back, he ran at Aqueduct, and then he came back in February at Turfway. So this is a horse that really has never lost fitness. Obviously, there are some horses in here that are coming off layoffs or maybe making their second career start, but this is a horse that really does look sharp for trainer Michelle Lovell. I remember when he was running at Churchill back in the fall of last year, and he was running really well against good groups of horses. Even his loss against Allowance Company, going against the likes of Band for Life, was really good. If he can get back to that range, those speed figures, I think he could be competitive with this group, and I like the outside post position for him. But more importantly, I do like how he looks today and how he's acting for Michelle Lovell. The one Jimmy Rules, no idea how this horse is going to run. I was kind of just blindly looking at horses in the paddock a moment ago and not necessarily looking at their past performances. Looking at his past performances now, though, he is a horse that is gradually improving with each and every start. His last race was by far his best race on form, and maybe that can translate to the main track today, but he was just a really pretty horse. He had a pretty head on him, too, looked very intelligent. So maybe he's a horse that can outrun his odds here. Big odds at 17-1. And then finally, the 5, Darouche, is another horse I wanted to mention. He was featured on our Clocker report earlier today on the Today at Keeneland show, highlighting that 4 furlong workout in 58 2/5 seconds. This lightly raced 4-year-old breezed 4 furlongs on the bridle and 48 4 for Michael Stidham, working solo over a fast track. So they obviously have liked how this horse has been working here locally. He looks great. He's a very big horse, too. It has a lot of size to him under jockey Ben Curtis. We'll see how this race plays out. Competitive group of Allowance horses coming up next for race number 6. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Maple Hill. Moving into line, race 6. Jimmy Rules and Tivy move into line. Dariush approaches the starting gate. Just a Freak comes forward, also Augusta Melody. Great Richie M. Summon Your Courage. Trust Issues will be the last one. Comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Augusta Melody broke alertly, but so did Just a Freak. Augusta Melody does have the early lead, though. Just a Freak will go second. Trust Issues is away running in third. Dariush fourth up on the far outside. Summon Your Courage looks toward the inside in the 5th position. Great Richie M moves up to the far outside from 6th into 5th, wide to the turn, 5 lengths off the lead. And then further back, Tivy next to last, and Jimmy Rules is the trailer after an opening quarter in 22.64 seconds. Augusta Melody, the leader around the far turn against the rail, 3/4 of a length. Trust Issues goes second by a length. Dariush is in third. Great Richie M looks to the outside in fourth. Challenging for third, still 3 to 4 lengths off the lead as they move for the top of the stretch. Augusta Melody is the leader. Augusta Melody with Trust Issues. Great Richie M, Summon Your Courage to the far outside. Dariush looks for running room down toward the inside and finds an opening now, but still has to catch Augusta Melody into the final furlong, and Augusta Melody has a 3-length lead. And then Dariush in second. Great Richie M is third. Tivy is running late from far back. 16th to go here. Augusta Melody. Tivy runs on from the outside. Augusta Melody. Tivy. Jimmy Rules coming late. Augusta Melody hangs on by a diminishing length and a half.
Augusta Melody, very sharp coming out of the starting gate today. I thought that this horse might get a little bit of pace pressure, but aggressive ride and a sharp horse under Irad Ortiz Jr. You could see a couple of horses making a bid from off the pace, but they couldn't quite catch him. The 5 on the wrong lead, trying to close and make up ground, couldn't do that. I think at one point the 1 splits horses towards the inside, as well as the 2 Tivy. It's going to be close for second, but certainly no doubt about this sharp winner in the 6, Augusta Melody.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 6, Augusta Melody, finished first. Number 1, Jimmy Rules, was second. Number 2, Tivy, was third. And the 7, Great Richie M, fourth. 6-1-2-7 unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the Maple Hill, the unofficial winner, number 6, Augusta Melody, owned by George Sharp, trained by Brittany Russell. 2 wins today for jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. Augusta Melody, 8-year-old gelded son of Speightstown, out of Tar Heel Mom by Flatter, bred in Kentucky by Ups and Downs Farm. 6 furlongs, 1 minute 11.17 seconds over the fast main track. Results official, 6-1-2-7 official. In the winner's circle, the Maple Hill Trophy presentation to the connections of Augusta Melody. Keeneland's 7th and featured race upcoming starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. The turf is listed firm, the rail at 20 feet. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race.
Race 7, the featured race of this afternoon, goes out to the turf course at 5.5 furlongs for this allowance event. And I start the conversation off with a nice priced runner, the number 1 Satin Blue at odds of 7-1 for trainer Joe Sharp. On our Today at Keeneland show, we went back and revisited that race from Saratoga, the last time that this filly was able to sprint on the turf. She didn't get out of the gate very well. She was last going into the turn, and then she actually kind of weaved her way in between traffic to pick up the pace and finish second in that race at 10-1. After that, Joe Sharp sent her to Kentucky Downs. She won that pretty impressively. And then they stretched her out here during the fall to the mile. Usually when horses can go 7 furlongs at Kentucky Downs, it means that they can stretch out to a mile. But that clearly was not the case. They've obviously freshened her since the fall. We talked to Joe Sharp, or Tom Leach talked to Joe Sharp on the Today at Keeneland show, and he made it seem like she's been fresh and ready. She's been training really well, working really well in the morning here at Keeneland. So all positive signs for the 1 Satin Blue, and I think she comes back doing what she wants to do. The 8, Dala, is next, second-time starter for trainer Owen Hardy. This 4-year-old filly by hard spun out of that Medaglia d'Oro mare, Luck Now. The mare, she won on the turf. There's some siblings to have won on the turf as well, Barbara Joan being one of them, won first time out at Gulfstream back in January. And there's a scenario that could play out that this filly is the lone speed. She was very quick first time out. Sometimes we don't always see that 6 furlongs over the synthetic translate to 5.5 on the turf, but she was quite quick and managed to beat that field by a significant margin. My only, concern, I don't want to even say it was a concern, but she clearly looked like she was learning throughout the running of the race. She never really switched over to the right lead, but it was a fast final time, fast figure that came back. So obviously, if she can kind of work through that, I think she could be right there in the end. The number 2, Tales of the Heart. I don't really know what to make of this filly. I mean, she ran really well against Group 3, Group 2 company in England, including going back to the Ascot meeting when she ran against Cimarine in that event, Group 3 company. So the competition has been stiff. It's been right there. Her previous connections, and Rafe Beckett does really well with his 2-year-olds. Usually he can get some nice precocious 2-year-olds and he can do really well with them. So obviously she's been kind of sidelined since then. She comes into the hands of Bill Mott for Resolute Racing, and it's really good to see Junior Alvarado back here today. This is the first day back for him after being sidelined for several weeks with a broken shoulder blade, in fact, but he actually came back a little bit earlier this afternoon. I had a chat with him, and he's doing really well. So he'll be aboard the number 2, Tales of the Heart. Good to see him back. And this filly does get Lasix for the first time today. She's been training quite quickly at Payson. Sometimes those workouts over the main track down at Payson can be a little bit on the slower side, but she looks like she's been steady here off the layoff, and clearly she could sprint against Group 3, Group 2 company in Europe last time out on the turf. I think 5.5 should be an ideal distance for her at 9-2. We'll talk more about some other competitors here in a minute after I take a closer look at them, but it's a nice group of fillies and mares going postward for our allowance feature. Race 7. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the 4-star, at Allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up, 5.5 furlongs over the turf-listed firm rail at 20 feet. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Post time at 6 minutes.
Looking at the number 12, Big Trouble for trainer Greg Foley, comes in with this outside post position today, but I love the way this filly looks this afternoon. She was definitely my favorite in the paddock. Now she's going to have to overcome this outside post position, and if you look at her form, yes, she's only 1 for 12. She has 5 second-place finishes out of those 12 races, but I think she's been running at a distance probably too long for her. Now she shortens up to the sprint distance. We saw her do that against Stakes Company in the past too, and she's been competitive against those fields. We've seen, I think, most notably some of the racing from the fairgrounds on the turf. It's really translated well here during the spring meet at Keeneland, and she just looked fit, good, ready to roll. I just wonder how Jose Ortiz is going to navigate this outside post position. She's been able to close from off the pace sprinting in the last 2 starts. When she goes a little bit longer, she's able to show some speed. So I think he can really put her wherever he asks her. And with this outside post position, that's my only concern. How much ground is she going to lose coming around the turn? And then I'll throw in a long shot, the number 3, Latin Fever. I was curious to see this filly in the flesh today because there's not much to make of her form. She won first time out in Ireland. That was going 7 furlongs. She got the win at 80-1, a huge priced winner that day. And now today she makes her North American debut for trainer Mark Casse, who's really clicking out the meet this spring. I like how she looks. She's kind of more of a petite filly, but she looks really fit. She looks like a handy sort as well. She also looks like she could be, a race fit and ready to go today. She's on her toes, showing really good energy there under Florent Giroux. See what she can do at 14-1, but a very competitive group. As your favorite right now is the outside runner, the number 12, Big Trouble, at odds of 7-2. Good luck in race number 7.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the 4-Star. Moving into line, race 7. Elegant moves into line. Dream On Stormy. Cotillard. Unhidden Gem. Sweet Bebsy. Big Trouble, the last one, comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. La Forêt, Big Trouble from the outside, Elegant from the inside. Elegant to the lead, La Forêt, Big Trouble far outside, Unhidden Gem is fourth, Cotillard is away running in fifth, Tales of the Heart is in sixth, Saturday Flirt seventh toward the outside, 5 lengths off the lead, Sweet Bebsy is in eighth, Satin Blue is ninth, DeLaw is in the 10th position as they head on to the far turn, and then Dream On Stormy, who's outside of that one, wide to the turn next to last, and Latin Fever is last of the group. Opening quarter went in 21.84 seconds. Elegant to the inside, La Forêt to the outside. That's the battle for the lead. They're separated by a half length. Gap of nearly 4 more lengths then. Back to Cotillard, Saturday Flirt, and Unhidden Gem. That pair, they have to go wide. DeLaw still far back, 10 lengths off the lead. They turned for home. La Forêt is coming after Elegant. Elegant has the lead. Saturday Flirt is still third, still 5 lengths away. Big Trouble still 7 from the front. Tales of the Heart is running late, goes to fourth, still well behind the leader in deep stretch. Saturday Flirt, Tales of the Heart now kicking in between horses. Saturday Flirt, Tales of the Heart, Big Trouble far outside. Saturday Flirt wins the feature by a half length for Irad Ortiz Jr.
What a horse race. At the top of the stretch, I thought we were going to see some big balloons. I thought the 4 or the 7 was going to hang on for the victory, but they start to tire deep stretch, and here comes the cavalry charge. The 2 making a little bit of a bid, as well as the 12, but the 9, Saturday Flirt, in between horses with the most momentum, gets up for the victory. It's going to be close between the 2 and the 12 in terms of who gets second here. I'm leaning towards the 2, but I'm not sure. We'll let the photo finish and the placing judges decide who finishes second, but no doubt about the winner, the number 9, Saturday Flirt, the winner of today's feature.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th and featured race, number 9, Saturday Flirt, finished first. Number 2, Tales of the Heart, was second. The 12, Big Trouble, third. And number 4, Elegant, fourth. 9-2, 12-4, unofficial. Results of race 7, official. 9-2, 12-4, the official results. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the 4-star, the official winner, number 9, Saturday Flirt, owned by Mrs. Fitriani Hay. 2 wins today for trainer Wesley Ward, and 3 for jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. Saturday Flirt, 3-year-old filly by Mendelssohn, Out of Tragic by Broken Vow, bred in Kentucky by Wesley Ward. The time for the 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed firm today, 1 minute 2.66 seconds. Trophy presentation upcoming. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the 4-star to the connections of Saturday Flirt. Keeneland's 8th and final race upcoming. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. The track is fast. Scratch 3, Beau Soleil. Number 3, Beau Soleil scratched. Jockey for the 11, Lucky Phoenix, Andres Calleja. Number 11, Lucky Phoenix, the jockey Andres Calleja.
Race 8 is the final race on this Wednesday afternoon. Beautiful day at Keeneland. Thank you for coming out and enjoying excellent racing on a beautiful afternoon as we get this week started. Race 8, 6 furlongs on the main track, an open $16,000 claiming race. And I went to the 6 at 3-1. Sally's Surprise as the top selection. And I think there are a lot of horses in here that come in with similar form. Obviously, she was in way too tough last time out at the fairgrounds against two other than Allowance Company when she was 36-1. This is a needed, necessary drop in class. She was competitive when she was at the right level, in for $15,000 the start prior to that, and even back in December at the fairgrounds. So this just seems like a logical spot, but I really like her because of the price that we'll potentially get on her. Right now, 3-1, it might even go up from there. And also, I think she sits the right trip. The 5 is quick, the 4 is quick, the 1 is quick. All of those horses have a lot of speed, and she's proven that she can effectively rate and close as she did 2 starts back. So that was really the reason why I went to her as the top selection. Now, the one Princess is Olivia is probably the class of the field, but I think the rail kind of cost her 2 starts back at Oaklawn. She drew the rail that day, and she got pace pressure, and then she just folded late. Now, to be fair, that was against tougher competition. She was coming into the race off of one of her best races on form as well. And clearly this is, she is getting a class relief. When she's been at the $16,000 level, even $30,000 level, she's been competitive. I just don't love the rail post position for her. She's been able to win from this post in the past, but it's not always an easy trip to navigate, especially with the presence of other speed to her outside. And the number 5 horse, There's a Silver Lining. She could be quicker than the 1. I don't know what she has in store today, but I think on the drop in class, she certainly should be forwardly placed. When you look at her races against Starter Allowance Company at Churchill and at Saratoga, she was quite quick out of the starting gate, and I almost think that that's probably what she needs to do. The 1 might go, again, there might be some other speed in here. The 4 is probably going to go, but I don't know if she's a filly or mare, I should say, that can effectively rate and go on from there if there is a quick pace. But she's 7-2 right now. The 5, There's a Silver Lining. I really thought this was a competitive field, and it really boils down to who gets the right type of trip, especially with the horses that are taking money right now between the 1 and the 5 and the 6, and obviously the 4 at 6-1. 15 minutes away from the 8th and final race. Best of luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th and final race. Fillies and mares age 4 and up, a $16,000 claiming price, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch number 3, Beau Soleil. The jockey for the 11 Lucky Phoenix, Andres Calleja. Post time at 8 minutes. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th and final race. Moving into line, race 8. Sandrina Love moves into line. We'll do it live. Talking in cursive. There's a silver lining. Sally's Surprise. Lucky Phoenix, the last one going in. They're at the post. And they're off. There goes Very Wealthy, right out for the early lead. Lucky Phoenix far outside. We'll Do It Live kicks in, and We'll Do It Live moves up for the lead. Princess is Olivia right there to the inside of that one. Very Wealthy joins them. A close-up third to the far outside. Could be a Cougar. Is next toward the inside in the 4th position as they head for the far turn. There's a Silver Lining is right there in between horses as they enter the turn and moves up within 3.5 to 4 lengths of the lead. Lucky Phoenix has dropped back around the far turn, has lost some ground as they make the move. Further back, Talking in Cursive has moved up a spot around that one as they approach the quarter pole. Sally's Surprise is still far back as they move to the top of the stretch, nearly a dozen lengths off the lead, and is followed by Frango Electrico, Sandrina Love at the back, 22.35 seconds the time for that opening quarter. Into the stretch, We'll Do It Live has the lead. Princess is Olivia there to the inside in second. Then a gap of 3 more lengths back to There's a Silver Lining, who has still got ground to make up, and Sally's Surprise is the one kicking in from third and swinging toward the outside, but Princess is Olivia's already at the 16th pole. Sally's Surprise second. There's a length and a half between them. Princess is Olivia's in front. The wire's coming. Princess is Olivia hangs on to win it. Over Sally's Surprise home second. We'll Do It Live in third. Then there's a Silver Lining and Frango Electrico.
Princess's Olivia took the shortest way around the track. She managed to save ground throughout. Now, she didn't make the lead early, but she sat under a patient ride by jockey Luis Saez to kind of see that pace develop. She saved ground. She held her position. She sneaks up the inside. The 6, Sally's Surprise, with a huge run late. She was picking up the pieces. Deep stretch, but simply ran out of time. But she had to make up a lot of ground over the winner, Princess is Olivia, who just simply got the jump on her. 1-6-4-5 across the finish line for the 8th and final race.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th and final race. Number 1, Princess is Olivia, finished first. Number 6, Sally's Surprise, was second. Number 4, We'll Do It Live, was third. Number 5, There's a Silver Lining, finished fourth. And the 7, Frango Electrico, was fifth. 1-6-4-5-7, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the unofficial winner, number 1, Princess is Olivia. Owned by Eddie Keneally and Barry Schumer, trained by Eddie Keneally, Luis Saez the jockey. Princess is Olivia, 4-year-old filly by Preservationist, out of Misguided by Speightstown. Winner bred in Kentucky by Tim Thornton. 6 furlongs, 1 minute 12.56 seconds, and the results official. 1-6-4-5-7, the official results. Pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Live racing resumes here tomorrow at Keeneland, 1 p.m. Eastern. The sports bar and the mezzanine bar remain open for simulcasting for another 10 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.